or I'll ask you to listen to some music with some specific authors mentioned and the titles of their songs mentioned. So listen to some songs from musicians like Nana Kwame Ampedu, Adolfo Ampofoje, Amachi Dede, among others, and some other contemporary writers who make use of oral features, okay, elements of oral literature in their songs. So we'll be trying to identify some of these oral elements in their song to establish the fact that oral literature is not only with certain type of group of category of group, but then as we may establish, you realize that when we talk of folklore, it covers a broader perspective. I will see how all of these things are manifested in our lives. Okay, this is what we'll be doing. Now, because this is an online class, I would expect that at least whenever we are having the discussion, you'll be taking active part in it. I am not going to give you marks for class participation because you'll be writing the quiz and you'll be making, so you'll be working for your own assessment when you write the quiz. And this will not be anything new to you. But if you engage yourselves actively in the discussions, a lot of explanations will come, which will help you in your quiz and your final exam. So I'll be glad if you read the materials I give you, and then as we have our discussions, you try as much as possible to contribute, either by asking questions or trying to share whatever form of knowledge you have in the specific area that we'll be discussing. So basically, this is what we'll be doing, and we have 4 weeks, so we'll try as much as possible to move as fast as we can so that we can cover a lot of ground. But it will all depend on you. If I give the material, you should try and read, and then we'll have a fruitful discussion. Any question up to this point?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
This Vincent.
Okay.
Um, the course rep sent us two different models. One has
Materials.
about material. One has about 82 pages. One has a huge 600 and something pages.
Yes.
Some of us we do print them out to read. Otherwise, we cannot do read it on the phone.
Okay. So
So
have you
I'm
printed the 600 and something pages?
so I'm asking that which one should we print it out to study?
I'm asking, have you printed the 600 pages yet?
Not yet.
Okay. So the 600-page document is a book on oral literature in Africa by Ruth Finnegan. It's like a textbook.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll be making references to some portions. For example, um, I think during our second week, I'll recommend that you read a certain article in that
Okay.
text. So
Okay.
when I ask you to read that, then you can print that portion out.
Okay.
Okay. But if you
Okay.
think you want to print the whole book, that's fine because I have a copy, which I
Okay.
also printed. So if you
Okay.
print, it will help. If you can buy it, it will help. But whatever section I want you to read from that text, I will let you know so that I can print that portion out.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And then the 82-page document too is the course module.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not yet complete, but that's the course module we'll be using. And yeah, the topics we'll be discussing, you'll find them in there. But during our discussion, we'll go the extra mile.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go the extra mile by explaining certain things. For example, the document I've asked you to read, the one by Maria Leach,
Mm.
you won't get it as detailed as this in the course module.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm writing the module, but it's not yet complete. So there are certain elements you may not find in the module, but when we discuss them, you will get them. But I mean, you can also, and you should also use the module as a guide
Okay.
because it's not yet complete. It will not solely depend on it, but most of the topics, almost everything you find in there. module. But don't
Okay.
just limit yourself. And even with the already published modules, when we are teaching, we tell you not to rely solely on it. It's just a guide.
Okay.
You should read extensively too. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Any other?
Yes, Doc. Good
Yeah.
morning once again. I'm Godwin.
Okay.
Please,
Yeah. Okay.
I just joined when you mentioned Anansi in the land of idiots and the clothes of nakedness. I want to know if we'll be using a specific book for this particular course, or it's just a reference we'll be using in the course of the study. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll make reference to them, but the books that have been labeled in the module are The Marriage of an Answer and The Dilemma of a Ghost. These are set texts that you should read. But then, since we're looking at elements of the trickster character, trickster tale, it will help if you also read other texts that have the elements of reality. For example, The Close of Nakedness and Anansi in the Land of Idiots. If you read them, it will help you. But
Okay.
the ones that are mentioned in the modular, what we've mentioned, The Dilemma of a Ghost and The Marriage of an Answer. Any
Thank you.
other?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go
Hello.
on.
Yeah. Yes, I
Hello, sir.
talk.
Police. Hello.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. So looking at the material, at a certain point of time, you write things you should do, and certain books are quoted. So that means we'll go and look for those books and look for those pages and read.
For example,
But during the section 4, you come to drum language. Then you read the Finnegan. Then we
Ruth
have,
Finnegan. Finnegan. Uh-huh.
yeah, page 67 to 484, something like that.
Yeah, so these are reference materials, and it's in the book that one of your mates mentioned that it has about 600 and something pages. The title is Oral Literature in Africa. So if references are made to that book, then you should make time and read them. What I told you, we only have 4 meeting times. I will not be able to discuss everything. So if any reference is made, you try and read that to help you. Okay? So the book is there. You have the soft copy, which I think has already been shared on your pages. So when reference is made to a particular area of the text, you should try and read it. Is that okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah. This is a first meeting. So if you have any concern, let's try and address it. Okay. Anybody with any concern, any challenge, you can just let's address it. So that when we take off, we'll take off and move smoothly. Yeah. So I see another hand. One Thomas.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning. Good
Please, I
morning. I
wanted
hear
to
you.
know,
You can go ahead.
I wanted to know, will this be giving us slides apart from the book that you have recommended?
Maybe, maybe not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Any other? Yeah, I see about 3 more hands up.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please, on the part of the music, you were mentioning some account musicians, but some of us we are non-accounts. So I don't know. We listening to those musicians, how will we be able to appreciate what they are trying to communicate?
Have you attended any funeral where they played a song not in your language and you dance to that song?
Yes, Doc.
Uh-huh. Okay. The song or the music wasn't in your language, yet you're able to dance to it, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure you even babbled some lines in the song, even though you didn't understand it, right?
Yes, Doc.
Good. So we'll use the same approach to understand some of the songs which may not be in your language. Okay.
Okay, Doc.
Uh-huh. You have friends, you have colleagues you study with. So, and I'm sure at your study center, you have friends in your class, right?
I do,
So
sir.
when I mention those songs, and you listen to them, if you don't understand them, you can always rely on your friends. But whatever song I ask you to listen to when we meet as a class, we'll discuss them and try to identify the elements that we are looking for in those songs. Is that okay?
Yes, Doc.
Yeah. And we know that when we talk of literature in Africa, we don't expect that it should be written in one language. We have literature in various languages. It is for some reason or reasons that we have oral literature or even African literature written in languages which are not native to Africa. But of course, there's also a reason why we should, or we have the license to write in those languages. I'm sure you've been taken through African literature, or you're not being taken through it.
Yes, sir.
Have you, or
Yes,
you are
sir.
now being taken through it?
We are now being
We are
taken.
now being taken
Say
through
the
it.
contemporary also.
Yeah, contemporary African literature. Have you been taken through the question of the language? Why African literature is written in languages which are not native to Africa?
Yes,
Have you
please.
discussed
Yes,
that?
sir. I did it
Yes,
yesterday.
yes, sir.
Okay, you've discussed that. Uh-huh. So basically, African literature is written in these three languages predominantly: English, French, and then Portuguese, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have the two schools of thought. Those who argue that African literature should not be written in those languages. If it's African literature, it should be written in African language. The linguistic indigens, spearheaded by Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Biwale, and the others. You remember, right? They argue that if it is African literature, then it should be written in an African language. However, the assimilationists like Wole Soyinka, Equiam, and others also argue that we're in Africa. We are colonized by the language, and the language has become ours. So, what stops us from writing a language we are colonizing, which has become part of our culture, part of our life? Because even in Parliament, where rules and laws, regulations are made for the country, where the Constitution is, used, even our judiciary, they use the English language. So, what stops us from using the English language, the French, for the Portuguese to write? So we have the license to use this. Okay. So the point is, if we do not combine this, writing in our language, teaching in our language, learning in our language, and mixing that, combining that with our L1, will not be a complete, people. So when you listen to the language and you don't understand, it can draw your friends' attention. Oh, well, I listened to this music, I didn't understand it, so help me to understand it. And when we come to class too, we will mix. If the language is in Chi, we'll try and bring it to the English language because we also have the license in using the English language. So try as much as possible to combine these forms of communication so that you understand. You will not be left out. Okay? Nobody will be left out except the one who does not speak English or use English. But I don't think there's anybody on this platform who is English sufficient or deficient. Yeah, English deficient. So you will survive, okay? I see two more hands up.
Yes, sir, please. Sir, please, my question is I would like to ask if it would be possible for us to meet within the week, or have extra time for us since our time is limited for the 4 weeks. So I would like to ask or plead that would you kindly to do that for us, please?
Susie, this is
Sir,
Susie, right? Where are you joining us from?
UCC.
You are at UCC.
Yes, sir.
So which part of Cape Coast do you stay at?
I mean, Elmina precisely.
And you are a teacher, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many children do you have?
Sir, 4 girls.
You have 4 girls. Okay. And how old are they?
Sir, we're twins.
Yeah, twins.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
2 set of twins.
No, only one set of twins. I'm trying to emphasize that twins will mean the pressure.
And now bless him. Bless me with some, okay?
I bless you. I bless you. I bless you with that.
Yeah. I even prefer triplets. Until bless me more. Aye.
Oh wow, yours will be more than mine in Jesus'
Amen.
name.
Amen. 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 Yeah, so this is a genuine request, but I'm wondering if you've made this request to all the other lecturers taking you for this semester.
Sir, I've always been doing that anyway.
You've what?
I've always been doing that. I've always been making that request.
And what has been their responses?
Wonderful. They've been accepting it.
And they've been granting you that extra
Yes,
time,
sir.
right?
Yes,
So,
sir.
so when are they meeting you for the midweek thing?
Actually, sir, we started just yesterday. So for within this week, Wednesday it's occupied for a lecturer. A lecturer, yeah. But that's
So
what yesterday.
so if all of them agree to schedule a time with you, then you let me know. There will also fixed time within that time, if it's possible. Okay.
Okay. God bless you so much, sir.
Amen.
God bless you with the triplet and the quadruple.
I said triplet now. Okay. The quadruple will break it into two.
Yeah.
Okay. Any
Thank
other
you.
concern? Any other concern? Okay. So if there's if there's no other concern, let's look at the first material. Yeah. Okay. Another hand is up.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you for opportunity.
Okay.
Please, my attending to what Sister Susie Gess said, I wanted to suggest that if you can also schedule class to meet within the week, then again, as you have instructed us to read the material before we start the lectures, I humbly plead that it shouldn't be for today alone. It should be a norm for us so that we can always prepare ahead of time. Then also, these areas and things, at least if you can also get them ahead of time so that we can prepare and better the A study.
Your line
Thank you.
was breaking, so I didn't get exactly what you said. Your line was breaking, so I didn't get exactly what you said.
Okay. Sorry. I mean, thank you for the opportunity. I said I wanted to suggest what Sister Susie Guest said. Then I also suggest that we should also be giving us areas ahead of time to be preparing before lectures, as we have guessed it yesterday. Thank you.
Yeah, after that one, I'll be doing that. Because we have limited time, we'll have to at least let you know what you will do so that we can, when we meet, we'll just focus on that. So I'll give you, at the end of every class, I'll let you know what you'll be doing for the next meeting. Is that okay? Okay, so we'll look at the first material, the one on Maria Leach, the 21 definitions of folklore. And I'm sure you've read that part, but for the sake of those who just got it and haven't read, but if I ask, they'll say they've read it. And if I ask to explain, no hand will come up. We'll read together and then we'll try and explain for you to understand what folklore is. But before that, let me ask you, what is your understanding of what oral literature is? What is oral literature? Before we started the class, you knew you had registered for a course labeled Oral Literature in Africa. And from your basic level of education through JHS, secondary, through your first degree, wherever you went to, you've heard the word literature. What is literature? What is literature? Anybody? I'm not seeing the hands, so. What is literature? Your basic understanding of what literature is what I want to know. When we talk of literature, what does it mean? What comes to mind? Literature. Okay, I see. Good. I'm liking the hands coming up. Out of 224, I should get like 100 hands up. Eh? Yeah, 100 hands. 100 hands. That's the target. Yeah. So anybody can go first. Just unmute yourself and then talk. Okay.
Hello, good morning, sir. My name is Mario.
Yeah, good morning.
I see literature to be the use of artistic language to express our feelings and thoughts.
Okay, use of artistic language to express feelings and thoughts. Any other? When you talk of artistic language, what do you mean? What is an artistic language, or what is artistic language?
So we are looking at language that is quite embellished and using figurative devices and others.
Okay, good. Any other?
Literature is the study of written or oral works that expresses human life, ideas, and emotions in an artistic way. And in this artistic way, it can be through our feelings, our thoughts, our experiences. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yes. Any other?
Hello, sir. Is the study of written creative works such as poems, plays, novels, short stories, and so on. Thank you.
Okay, good. I see 4 more hands up. Let's hear from them. Then we'll go on.
Hello. Okay, so we say literature is an oral or a written piece that depicts our culture or talks about the way of life of a particular people, and also teaches us morals and also educates us, if I should say that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, doing well. I see. Francisca's hand is up.
Hello.
And has yeah.
Please, can I talk?
Yes, please.
Literature is an imaginative or creative piece of writing which has form, beauty, and emotional effect.
Okay. Any other?
Doc, thank you. Literature is the art of written or spoken expression that holds a lasting cultural value in a society.
Okay. Any other? We'll take 2 more. Mary, Mercy. Okay, Francisca.
I would also say that It is the art of written or spoken expressions that holds a lasting artistic or cultural value. Thank you.
Okay.
Please, I'll also add up that literature is the study of life. Thank you.
Okay. Mercy.
I was going to say that it is the reflection of life, as my sister just mentioned.
Your line is not clear. It's breaking.
I was saying that literature is the reflection of life.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I see Anita, Ado. Okay. The hands are going down. Anita, is your hand up? Mary, is your hand still up?
No, sir.
Okay. Then you, Mercy. Okay, so when we talk of literature, the basic idea that comes to mind is anything that is in print. Anything in print, anything you write can be called literature. So even the daily graphic, okay, the newspapers, because they are in print, we call them literature. Any book at all, whether in chemistry, in physics, sociology, in English, you can call it literature. The basic definition is that anything in print is literature. That's why when you are doing research, we say you need to have a section in your research which is called literature review, under which you look at the theoretical review, conceptual review, and then empirical review. Okay, so anything in print can be called literature. Now, for those of us in the humanities, we go the extra mile and also identify that you can also have literature, something in print or not in print, which has or which makes use of artistry, imagination. Then you are moving away from the other definition of literature. So it could be anything in print or anything that has the use of imagination or makes use of artistry. Then you are coming into our realm. And if you say anything that makes use of imagination or anything that has an aesthetic value, then you're looking at the piece of art, piece of work that relies on people's use of imagination, even if it's based on facts, you add imagination to it. So a piece of work, art that makes use of imagination, that makes use of artistry, that has what you call an aesthetic value, meaning that it affects or relates to our emotions by appealing to our senses. So it may appeal to your sense of sight, sense of hearing, sense of taste, sense of touch. Sometimes your sense of movement can aesthetic. Okay? Any work that has this appeals to the senses. We say that piece of work or art has an aesthetic value. And this aesthetic value or quality is achieved through the use of what we may call figures of speech or literary devices. Of course, figures of speech fall under literary devices. Okay, that is where the aesthetic element of literature comes in. It is in the use of these elements, the devices, that writers or authors are able to appeal to the senses of readers through the metaphors, through the similes, through the ironies, through the hyperboles, through the uh, puns, metonymy, synecdoches, onomatopoeia, repetition, and all that. These are the means through which writers are able to appeal to our emotions, our feelings. So under this, we're looking at literature as any piece of work that has an aesthetic value or appeals to the emotions of its readers. Now, with this established, then we can talk of the types of literature. That piece of work could either be written or oral. Well, the written aspect is easy to identify because it's in print. So you can mention books like Things Fall Apart, books like Her Husband Has Gone Mad Again, books like The Lion and the Jewel, Anansi in the Land of Idiots, The Marriage of Anansua, The Dilemma of a Ghost. These are literature in print because they are based on imagination. They also have aesthetic value. And then you can also talk of the type of literature which is not written. The type of literature which is not written, which we classify under a broader topic we call oral literature. So the question now is, what is oral literature? Now we've come to our domain, what this course is about. What is oral literature? Now you know what literature is. We've talked about the fact that we have the written literature, we have the oral literature. We've explained the written literature. What is oral literature? Okay. Yeah, the first one can go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, please, I would say that oral literature is a form of literature that is transmitted by word of mouth. We can as well say that it provides the foundation for written literature. In other words, it serves as a antecedent for written literature. We can as well talk about some of its features or characteristics as being extemporized, the ability to memorize, and it having audience and then performers, or better still, we can say it is performative in nature. Thank
Very
you.
good. You should give it a thumbs up. This one we can clap for you. What can for day in our account? You'll be back in what can you and Thomas someone can You've said a lot, and others were hoping to say some of the things you've said. Now, what are they going to say? Anyway, let's see what they will also say. Yes, I see more hands up. Yes.
So simply put, that type of literature that is either spoken, sung, or performed instead of written down. Thank you.
Okay. Any other?
The literature is simply defined as a language, a body of literary works that is created, preserved, and passed from one generation to the other. And
Not just literature, oral.
it, it reflects the culture, traditions, beliefs, values of a community. And it's
Okay.
also lively with each other's performance. And it is usually easy to remember because of the repetition, the rhythm, rhyme, etc.
Okay. Good. Do you also want a thumbs up? Yeah, you've got it, huh? Okay. Any other? I see one more hand up. Oh, it's still there. Yeah, it's still Augustina. Okay. Any other? Let's get two more. Two more opinions of what oral literature is. Then we move on.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
I would say that is that oral literature is creative verbal art passed from one generation to another in the form of word of mouth rather than written form. And this one includes folk tale, riddles, songs, myths, and other ones. Thank you.
Okay. You two, take your thumbs up. Please give it to her. Okay. So you're all on track. When we talk of literature, oral. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Yeah, hello. Hello.
Yeah, we are here.
So, oral literature is that type of literature, as the name implies, is oral, meaning it is not written, but passed on from one generation to generation by either word of mouth or by performance. Okay, so you only have to hear it, observe it, memorize it, and then pass it on from your generation to another generation. But of course, anything that is transmitted orally sometimes and almost always suffers some interpretation or misinterpretation. But let's say we are having this class. Now, you are currently class 221. You're over 200. Now, if after this class, everything here is oral. If after this class, some of your mates are not able to join, and they ask you to explain, pass on what you are getting now to them, you realize that by the time you get to, let's say, the 10th person, the same discussion you're having here, some information would have been communicated differently other than how I said it or how we are saying it. Because of this, there is a disadvantage in oral literature to the extent that you have texts, written texts, which try to carry the oral elements in our literature to the next generation so that it will not suffer misinterpretation. Now, growing up, we realized that we were told stories in the form of trickster tales, like Anansi stories, in the form of dilemma tales, in the form of pukwa, etiological tales, why tales, like why this is this, why this is that, tales. But if I should ask, how many of you can tell at least two of these tales as you were told or as you heard them? I'm not sure you'll be able to do that as exactly as you heard them. You tell them in a different way by having your own ideas included, by improvising, making sure the stories you tell become more interesting than how you heard them. So as a result of some of these things, that oral literature sometimes is documented. But oral literature basically needs no writing. It's supposed to be oral and transmitted from generation to generation by word of mouth. And examples have already been given in our oral narratives. For example, the trickster tales, the legends we tell, the etiological tales, the dilemma tales. These are some examples of the oral narratives. Any question up to this point? Okay. Now you realize that oral literature also, as some define, also reflects people's life, people's culture. And broadly, when we look at oral literature, we place it under a broader term, which we call folklore. Folklore is broader, under which we have the oral literature of a group of people. So anytime we discuss or we have discussions on oral literature, we bring it back to the broader umbrella, which you call folklore, and then try to understand what folklore is before we go ahead and then look at literature as an aspect of folklore. So I already told you I'll be asking you what folklore is. So we'll come back to the question, what is folklore? So we look at the etymology, we break the word down, folk and law. Yes, Abena.
Sir, please, good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, please, when we talk about folklore, they are the traditional beliefs, the sayings, customs, of people that are passed down from one generation to the other. And folk is the people, whilst the law is the knowledge. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good. Any other? Susie?
Okay, so I would also say that when we talk about folk laws, it talks about people and the laws that are governing them, that is their culture that surrounds them, their norms and traditions. So when we talk of the folk, it's about the people, and the laws are the rules, customs, traditions that are governing the people. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So, yeah, we will not spend more time on that. You already know what it is. So, folk, a group of people with shared values, shared customs, shared experiences. These are what we refer to as folk. And then the law is their way of life. Okay, so law has to do with the way of life of the group of people. So when we look at folklore, then we're looking at a group of people with shared values, shared cultural elements, shared experiences. So that is folklore. And one of the aspects of the people's way of life, people's law, is their literature. Is their literature. Okay, so folklore has to do with yeah, so folklore has thank you. Folklore has to do with the way of life of a group of people in terms of their shared values, their experiences, and everything that can identify a group of people. And this will also include their culture, their literature, forms of entertainment, forms of sustenance, all of these things, their festivals, among others, that will help to identify a group of people. It's in line with trying to establish or understand what folklore is that I sent you that material by Maria Leach, the 21 definitions of folklore. Now, this is a collection of definitions of what folklore is by 21 scholars who all try to establish what folklore is by drawing on information from varied quarters, all in the quest of explaining what folklore is. And that's what we're going to do for the rest of the time. And also look at, if there is time, look at the 4 functions. Once you know what folklore is, then we'll establish what the functions of folklore are. So let's look at the material by Maria Leach. I'm sure you tried reading, but we'll go through some of them together, especially the first few definitions. Let's look at the first one by Jonas Ballis. The first definition by Jonas Ballis. We want some readers. Somebody should read the first definition by Jonas Ballis for us.
Yeah. Folklore.
Folklore comprises traditional creations of peoples, primitive and civilized. These are achieved by using sounds and words in metric form and prose, and include also folk beliefs or superstitions, customs and performances, dances and plays. Moreover, folklore is not a science about a folk, but the traditional folk science and folk poetry. Thank you.
Yeah. So what do you make of this? Read it again, okay? Read it again. and leave out the last sentence. That is not a science about the folk, but the folk science. I'll let you explain that together, but read up to that point before the last sentence again.
Folklore comprises traditional creations of peoples, primitive and civilized. These are achieved by using sounds and words in metric form and prose, and include also folk beliefs or superstitions, customs and performances, dances and plays. Thank you.
Okay. Now, what do you make of this? Especially the first sentence. Anybody? The first sentence. Anybody? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think the first sentence talks about the traditional creating of people. That means it is community owned. It is community owned, and that is the basic thing that I want to say.
Your line was breaking, so what you said didn't come out clearly. So try and repeat it.
Please, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think it's okay. A little better.
I was saying that the first line talks about a complex tradition, a complex traditional creation of people. That means it is community owned. It is community owned. That is what I wanted to emphasize.
Okay, read that line again.
It says folklore comprises of traditional creation of people, primitive and civilized. The traditional
Okay.
creation of peoples. That means it is community owned. Thank you.
Yeah. Please hold on. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Hello. Yeah, I get the point you made, but anybody with a different view on what the first sentence means? I see two hands up, Winifred and Selena, and then Eduji, Barakis. Yeah. Yes.
So please,
You can.
if, so please, can I go on?
Yes, please.
Please, it goes further to describe the people that the folklore belongs to as primitive. That is
Okay.
illiterate, belonging to illiterate or unsophisticated people.
Okay. Is that all? Any other? Yeah. Please. Those whose hands are up, any of you can talk.
It's right.
I
The
also
first
like to.
one says that we have
line went
and
off.
then civilized. It means that oral
Mercy, there's
literature is
noise at
not
your background.
in the car. I was saying that when we talk about oral literature, it's not necessarily that it belongs to people that they think that they don't have any educational background, but it also belongs to people that they are well learned, but not only to people that they categorize them to be in the local community, which only move by their customs.
You are making a good point, but your line is breaking, so it's not making us hear you clearly. Anyway, any other? Um,
Sir, please, I'm back. Can I talk? My line went off.
okay.
And sir, please, I think that it's about the beliefs, the processes and crafts of people or of a group of people, whether of ancient times or modern.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
Any other? I see Barikrisu, Stephen, Abotar. Yeah.
And please, I also think that when we talk of folklore, we are talking about all the traditional expressions of people's culture, whether we are talking about people of primitive times or people of recent times.
Okay, very good. So the first sentence, which reads, anybody reading again? That folklore is not about. Yeah, somebody should read it again.
Folklore comprises traditional creations of peoples, primitive and civilized.
Yeah, traditional creations of peoples, primitive and civilized. So, like some of you said, when you talk of folklore, the idea that comes to mind is, hey, in for story. It has to do with the village people. It has to do with the uncivilized. But now he's saying that if we're looking at folklore as a way of life of people, then the people could be primitive people or could be civilized people. Whether primitive or civilized, they all have a way of life. They have a folklore. So when you go to, let's say, I'm currently at Chufukrasu. So when I come to Chufukrasu, it comprises both Nkrasifo and civilized people, primitive and civilized. So you can have the older settlers. They can have what they call the estates, residential areas. They all have their way of life. You can put them together and then describe them that when you go to this place, this is their way of life. Now, when you go to, let's say, Accra, you can have the way of life of the people over there. And Accra comprises both civilized and uncivilized people. But when you are describing them, you say the way of life of the people of Accra. When you go to UCC, it comprises Nkurasifo and Ekromufo. They have their way of life. You have the primitive people who may do things that may make others frown upon, and people who may do things which we may say, oh, when you money be, or still people raise eyebrows. Hey, when you be important now, you say. So whether civilized or uncivilized, it is still the way of life of the people, how they do things, their experiences. So folklore, sorry, if it's about the people's life, then it doesn't matter whether they are primitive or civilized. It is still the way of life. And you can talk about the way of life of a civilized group, you can also talk about the way of life of uncivilized. So that is how Ballis defines folklore. It doesn't matter whether civilized or uncivilized, it is still their way of life. Because you can have the story, the forms of entertainment of a group of people. It doesn't matter whether they are civilized or not, it is still their way of life. Now he goes on to establish, when you talk of the folklore of this group of people, whether civilized or uncivilized, it is in a form. You can either have it in sounds and metric forms. Okay, this way of life of a group of people who may either be civilized or uncivilized can be in the form of sounds and metric form. When you talk of sounds and metric form, what comes to mind? Sounds and metric form, what comes to mind?
Poetry. Verses or poems.
Any other? Anybody?
So, pattern and music and pattern.
Pardon?
Said music and pattern, like poems and all those things.
Okay.
Rhythmic
The-
pattern.
okay, so when you talk of rhythmic pattern, what comes to mind?
Yeah, the movement of the story or the poem.
So sounds, metric patterns, what comes to mind is poetry. Simply put, it is poetry. Now remember we talked about the fact that literature, whenever I talk about it, the three genres come to mind, whether oral or written. Three genres of literature: poetry, prose, and drama. And you know, basically, that poetry has to do with meter, metric forms, sounds, the use of sound devices. So the moment you hear sounds, metric form, the first thing that should come to mind is poetry. So this is in the form of their poetry, represented in the sounds and metric forms. So the primitive or civilized element that they're talking about is one represented in their poetry. That's the first part. Now read, continue after the sounds and metric forms. Then he talks about the prose forms, sounds and metric form, or in prose, where you talk about the oral narratives. Okay, so you have oral narratives in the form of uh, fables, the riddles, the proverbs, the trickster tales, the dilemma tales. All these will fall under the prose types. Now, how does he talk about the drama? How does he talk about the drama aspect of oral literature?
The
Anybody?
customs, the performances, dances, and plays.
Yes. So performances, dances, and plays in the form of festivals. Okay. Festivals are examples of African drama. Marriage ceremonies are examples of African drama. Funeral celebrations or performances, naming ceremonies. These are all examples of African drama. Because you realize that in all of these performances, there is a rehearsal. Before you come out for the performance itself, you prepare backstage. So before you prepare, you celebrate, perform a funeral, you prepare. First, you need to prepare for the 1 week. Families will meet, plan, this is how we're going to do it. We'll buy this, we'll do that, we'll wear this costume, food, setting. You prepare everything just as you're going to perform on stage. Naming ceremony, you prepare, you give a date, you give a time. Okay, so this will come first. So beginning, middle, we'll do this. At this point, this person will say this person will say that. And then it will come to an end when this person says this or does this. So you prepare backstage before the actual performance itself. Marriage ceremonies, you give a date, performance, costume. These days, marriage ceremonies, you have costumes, which obi and shebia, they say strictly by invitation. It's like you have to enter the room, the cinema hall, buy ticket, wear a particular costume, all white, all red, all green, all yellow, save the date and all that. These are all examples of performance, but traditionally, okay, we place them under the drama, African drama. So this is how Ballis explains folklore. And then the final sentence is, so it's not a science about a folk, but a folk science. What does this mean? It's not the science about the folk, but the folk science. What is science? What is science? So how do you explain
Studies of
that part?
human
Yes, anybody to explain that last sentence for us?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, please, you asked what science is. When we say science, we are talking about the method of obtaining knowledge through observation and experimentation. So, with that said, I would say that folklore is made by the people themselves, and then it doesn't necessarily mean an extended person coming to observe and experiment with the primitive or civilized people in order to create a particular culture for them. It is made by the folks themselves. Thank you.
That's good. So science already studies what is there. But this one, the people create it themselves. Very good. I think we should give it a thumbs up. Huh? Okay. Any question after this point about the first definition of what folklore is? Any question?
said that word in the first line, peoples. Is that appropriate way?
It is appropriate.
But when you check the plural of people, it's still people.
You are forgetting this is literature.
Okay.
In literature, you can use language artistically. The peoples here is referring to different group, different types of people. So in literature, sometimes you can flout the rules of grammar for a particular purpose. Okay? You know, when you go to Accra, do you see only Africans there? You have people from different, backgrounds, racial backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds, like a cosmopolitan setting, but may have the same folklore because they identify themselves as one. So they may share similar experiences, but then they are coming from different racial backgrounds. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Any other question? Any other question? Okay. Let's look at the next definition by Marius Bubble. The reader will have to take his or her time, will take it line after line and explain and see what he means by what folklore is. So who did the reading for us? Yeah, the one to read. Could you start reading for us?
Please,
Who
I
read the
can read
first one
it.
for us?
Whenever a lullaby is sung to a child, Whenever a ditty, a riddle, a tongue twister, or a counting out rhyme is used in the nursery or at school.
Okay.
Whenever sayings,
No, wait.
proverbs.
Let's look at the first. So let's take it paragraph after paragraph. Okay. So read the first
Okay.
paragraph.
Whenever a lullaby is sung to a child, whenever a ditty, a riddle, a tongue twister, or a counting out rhyme is used in the nursery or at school.
Okay. So what are these examples? What are they? What's a lullaby?
They are songs sung to a child to keep the child asleep or and play with the child to keep the child happy.
Have you been taught how to sing a lullaby before?
No, please.
But you know how to sing a lullaby, right?
Yes.
And you know what it
Yes,
is.
please.
And nobody explained to you that a lullaby is this, a lullaby is that. But you seem to know what it is and what it does, right?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at the other elements.
Whenever sayings, proverbs, fables, noodle stories, folk tales, reminiscences of the far side are retold.
Okay. What is being said here? What are
It's
the
giving
elements
more,
being mentioned here?
it's giving more examples of the elements of folk tales, like the proverbs, the folk tales, and others, by the fireside stories.
Okay, you continue reading. I'll pause you when I have to.
Okay. Whenever, out of habit or inclination, the folk indulge in songs and dances, in ancient games, in merrymaking, to mark the passing of the year or the usual festivities. Whenever a mother shows her daughter how to sew, knit, spin, weave, embroider, make a coverlet, braid a sash, bake an old-fashioned pie. Whenever a farmer on the ancestral plot trains his son in the ways long familiar, or shows him how to read the moon and the winds to forecast the weather at sowing or harvest time. Whenever a village craftsman, carpenter, carver, shoemaker, copper, blacksmith, builder of wooden ships, trains his apprentice in the use of tools, shows him how to cut a mortise and peg in a tenon, how to raise a frame house or a barn, how to string a snowshoe, how to carve a shovel, how to shoe a horse or shear. Whenever in many callings the knowledge, experience, wisdom, skill, the habits and practices of the past are handed down by example or spoken word by the older to the new generations without reference to book, print, or school teacher. Then we have folklore in its own perennial domain.
Okay,
At
pause
whether
here. Pause here. Read everything again up to this point again. And this time, please, you should all pay attention because we're going to discuss them in detail to see if you know this already, if you experience them, then we'll move on. So read everything again up to that point.
Okay.
And take your time and then kick up for the name PP so that they will all want to better. Bye.
Okay. Whenever a lullaby is sung to a child, whenever a ditty, a riddle, a tongue twister, or a counting out rhyme is used in the nursery or at school, whenever sayings, proverbs, fables, noodle stories, folk tales, reminiscences of the far side are retold, whenever, out of habit or inclination, the folk indulge in songs and dances, in ancient games, in merrymaking, to mark the passing of the year or the usual festivities. Whenever a mother shows her daughter how to sew, knit, spin, weave, embroider, make a coverlet, braid a sash, bake an old-fashioned pie. Whenever a farmer on the ancestral plot trains his son in the ways long familiar, or shows him how to read the moon and the winds to forecast the weather or sowing or harvest time, whenever a village craftsman, carpenter, carver, shoemaker, copper, blacksmith, builder of wooden ships, trains his apprentice in the use of tools, shows him how to cut a mortise and peg in a tenon, how to raise a frame house or a barn, how to string a snowshoe, how to carve a shovel, how to shoe a horse or shear a sheep. Whenever in many callings the knowledge, experience, wisdom, skill, the habits and practices of the past are handed down by example or spoken word, by the older to the new generations, without reference to book, print, or school teacher, then we have the folklore in its own perennial domain.
Okay, pause here. Yeah, you're all paying attention, right? Whether you say yes or no, I think you were, and you should have been doing that. What do you make of what Bible is saying here? Here, he practicalizes folklore, brings it to our doorstep, and draws our attention to the fact that all the things that we've been doing that perhaps we didn't know we're learning, they fall under a certain category. Let's share ideas. I want to see like 100 hands up. Yes, I'm listening. Anybody can volunteer and then share his or her idea.
Okay.
Yes.
Please, I think that um everything that we do, I mean the older generation, the way of life of the older generation has handed over to the younger generation to take Lord. Be it what they say, that whether they say the things or the way they do their things, including their way of life, the services they render to people, their occupations or their livelihoods, all inclusive.
Yeah, you've done well, but you're just saying speaking English. You're just speaking English. Practicalize it. Be specific. Mention things.
Okay, so it
Uh-huh.
it it, it starts with singing of songs, reciting of certain incantations. It comes down to what we do in our daily life, like
You know
cooking,
what? You know what? Listen,
carving.
listen.
Yeah.
Let's go to your home or your village. Practicalize it for us. You are still speaking English,
Okay, so
so practicalize it in your home.
so a mother teaching the child how to cook, how
So
to
tell us,
weave.
tell us how you learned how to cook. So
Okay,
practicalize
so
it.
I learned how to cook as I watched my mother do it. My mother sends me, bring this, put it here, fan the fire, and then I do as I see her do. So I learn how to cook by watching my mom do.
You have children of your own, right?
Yes, I do.
Uh-huh. Who taught you how to change diapers? And how did you learn how to change diapers? And remember,
Um,
I don't think you wore diapers when you were young. You didn't have diapers. You used napkins, right?
yeah.
Uh-huh. But can you still fold a napkin? You
Yes,
might
I
have
can.
forgotten. Are you sure?
I
Yes,
can
yes, we
do
can
it
do it.
because I did for my kids, some of them.
Before you started buying diapers, huh?
I used both.
Okay. So tell us how you learned that. Whether you watched from YouTube. I mean, we didn't have YouTube when you were young.
No, please, I learned from a neighbor. The
Okay.
napkin, I learned from a neighbor.
Okay. And how did you learn it?
So I actually went to her to teach me because she told me she had used for her kid.
she used it together with the diapers. So I actually went to her, and then she did it for me to see.
So you observed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how to prepare preparation?
To prepare apapransa.
Yes.
Yes. Yes,
You
I've
do?
not done it before, but I've watched people do it.
Where? On YouTube?
No, I watched a woman do it at a program.
Okay. But you didn't read it. You watched, observed, right?
I observed, sir.
Experience. Okay. Any other? I see 4 hands up. Yes. Explain what you read by demonstrating from your own background. Okay.
Doc, thank you
Yes.
for the opportunity. From the reading that we have just seen, I've come to the conclusion that oral literature is more like how you observe the things in the society, how you observe, imitate it, and then you participate it. So the oral literature is like you are observing your father doing farming. And as you observe your father do, you try to copy it, imitate it. And by doing so, in the end, you now be participating in it, and you now think like it's now your own. It's not necessarily reading it from book, but you observe them do, you imitate them or copy them do, and finally you become part and parcel of it, and you have now imitated it. So that is what I've understood about the oral literature, what you have read.
Okay, very good. Now that you understood how it is done, tell us what you think you learned in growing up, what you didn't know was part of oral literature. Where are you joining us from?
From the Upper East.
Upper is good. Should be able to explain. You are into farming, right?
Yes, please.
Uh-huh. Upper is where exactly?
Garu.
Okay. I'm listening. Explain.
Okay, so please, Doc. When we come to farming, we have the two types, the rearing and then that of the sowing of corn. So I've grown to realize that growing up, up north here we have only one season, and our season is very short. So around April, you see that we'll be trying to clear the bush waiting for rain. Then we didn't know what it was, and then we grew up to realize that around April it is getting towards rainy season. So as we always do, my father do and we do it, we clear the land waiting for rain. May, June, the rain will set in. And as the rain set in, you begin to plow, then you sow your maize, your millet, your groundnut. So as our parents used to do and we copy, now we imitated it. Now we are now the ones doing it. So that is oral literature in that form. In other aspect, we dance with the fugu. Then we always see our parents going to the funeral with the fugu. Then they'll be dancing. Then as they do, they will come home and also pick their smoke. And then we try to be learning it in the house. And today we are now those who are now who took over from them, and we are now doing the dance at the funeral and all gatherings. Thank you very much.
Okay. Did you understand what you were doing then? Or you felt you were being bothered? You felt there were some form of punishment? Or anytime your mother was cooking and you were called to come and help, you felt that, man, you're worrying me. You felt you were being punished. Going to the kitchen to help with the cooking, going to the farm to help with plowing and planting and all those things. You felt it was a form of
Yeah,
punishment, right?
Doc, thank you very much. Especially around April, clearing of the bush that I spoke of. Mostly we do it early in the morning. So we feel like at times you feel like it's a punishment to you. At times you feel like it's a punishment because the work is tedious. So at times you feel like it's a punishment.
Please, the one talking behind should mute. Okay, there's some feedback coming from somewhere, somebody. Okay, Yeah,
So,
I
Doc,
see.
like I said, at times you feel like it's a punishment to you.
Okay, that's fine. I think you've made a very good point. Yeah, I see some other hands up. Yeah, let's share ideas on your understanding of what Labo said.
Hello, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
sir. Sir, please, mine is a question
Okay.
concerning what Auntie Abigail was talking about. Actually,
Do
she
I
was
do I do I do I know Abigail?
okay. The lady who spoke before the brother spoke now.
Okay.
Sir, please, she was
Yeah.
talking about, and they are all talking about the same. They're talking about observing what our parents did and trying to emulate or do what they did. Sir, please, what about you also, one way or the other, finding it in a suitable way of solving a particular problem? Where
For
you say
example,
creating your own. I'm using this example when she spoke about the fixing of the nappy. You see, with fixing of the nappy with me, on my part, I realized that my twins, if I fix the nappy and I use only one and I fold it the normal way, it would drain and it would be so much soap. So in that case, I found a way of folding it that would have most of the cloth at the top part where the butter is. And that one was really helping because I realized it would soak it well. It wouldn't drain the outer part of the liner.
that's more
And see, in that case, if you do that or you find a way of solving a particular problem within that time, can you say it is a form of a folklore? You
Are
didn't
you?
actually observe, but you learned it or you derived it yourself.
Yeah. Let me respond to this quickly before I ask for other opinions. You remember, as part of my earlier submissions, I stated that some of you have listened to or have been told some tales, and that you may not be able to tell them exactly the way you heard them, but you may have to improvise, add on to what you already know. Now, one beautiful thing about oral literature is, and in one of the papers I'll ask you to read for our next lesson is on improvisation. Say, you may know the knowledge, you might have been taught something, some knowledge might have been passed on to you, but what literature enjoys most, one of the things that is beautiful about literature is that it is not static. And as part of the earlier what she'll read, I paused there. I didn't ask her to read everything. The part of the paragraph she read is that literature and oral literature is not static. It evolves, it changes, it is modified. So yes, you learned how to use a napkin, but you also have to have your own level of ingenuity. You have to modify it, modernize it to suit your purpose. So she taught you how to use a napkin, all right. But you realize that if you do it another way, you add on to what she's passed on to you, it will be better. So you improvise. You don't just do the thing the same way as you were taught. You modernize it. You add some new form of knowledge because you also have your own level of, understanding, level of modification. You improvise. So you add on to what is there. And that's what you did or might have done. She taught you how to do it. But you realize that if you do it this other way, it will enhance the already existing knowledge. That's one beautiful thing about knowledge and oral literature. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you
Yeah,
very
so
much.
you've improvised, you've added on to what was already there. And that is good. That's how oral literature evolves. Yeah. Any other?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I see Martha and Bismarck. Your hands are up. Yeah, no. Martha, your hand is up.
For me, when I took in, my in-laws are in Unibank. I had no
Your
children.
line is very faint. Your line is faint. Okay, let's take this mark. Then we'll come back to Martha as she adjusts herself. Because her line is very faint. So Bismarck, go ahead. Okay, it appears none of them is ready. Now, I want more examples from your understanding of what we just read. I'm sure some of you have been apprentices before or have engaged the services of apprentice before. So the seamstresses and their apprentices, the carpenters and their apprentices, the masons and their apprentices, you realize that if you want your child or your ward to go into such form of apprentices, you don't buy books. There are certain customary items you need to buy. If it's a seamstress, you need a machine. If it's a carpenter, there are certain tools you need to get. If it's a mason, there are certain things you need to do. You need to pay some money as customary. They will say it's a head drink or something, for something. These are customary. And then you begin, if you are a seamstress, every morning you go to the shop and then you'll be sweeping. If you're a carpenter, you go to the shop, you'll be sweeping even before you hold a hammer. You'll sweep like for 1 month without touching a hammer. If it's a seamstress, you go, you sweep, and you'll be carrying machines for like 1 month before you even hold a thread to, fix it into the hole of the needle. But sometimes you get angry. But I've come to learn how to sew, and I'm just sweeping. Sometimes they do all these things to build patience in you. If you have to learn to become a master, you need to serve. And it's even in the Bible. If you want to become a master, you need to serve. So indirectly, they won't tell you directly that it's part of but then you'll be sweeping. Because it's not in the book. If you read in the book, they tell you this is the first step. You have to do this, second step. But in oral tradition, it's performance. They let you do the work. They won't just say read. So you'll be carrying machines and they'll be sending you when everybody is hungry or thirsty. Meanwhile, you are there to observe. And they say, go and buy water, go and buy food, go and buy charcoal. And you'll be like, I've come to learn. And every time they are sending me, like 1 month, 2 months, you'll be sweeping, they'll be sending you to go and buy water, credit, food, and all that. So by the second month, you haven't learned anything. At least you know how to sweep the compound. You know that they will be sending you. You know you'll be fetching water. Even weekends, you may have to go to your madam's house and then help her clean the place. Meanwhile, you went there to learn how to sew. It's all part of it. Performance. They are building in you patience. Because you become a master. And then you also do the same. But it's patience, endurance. And then they'll ask you to, okay, now you've graduated. You'll be carrying machines. So you carry machines for like 1 month. And then they'll say, okay, now before madam comes, you make sure you insert the needle, the thread in the hole of the needle. Then you are getting close. And then they'll ask you to be showing some hand darts and pleats and blah, 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 blah. Then it's not in the book, but by demonstration, by performance, building patience in you, all of these things. So whenever an apprentice learns from a master, so performance. So by the time you become a master, you would have learned a lot. Within a year, 2, 3, you would have learned a lot. Patience, endurance, how to relate, how to talk to customers, how to be truthful. Now, if your madam or your master is not truthful, that same experience will be passed on to you. Your master will take people's things, schedule them for 1 month, 1 week, 2 months, or the person says, in a week's time, it will be ready. In a week's time, the customer will come, it will not be ready. Your master or your madam will find a nice way of telling the person, no, don't worry, go and come. The following day or week, the person will go and come, it will still not be ready. Your madam will find a nice way. You'll be observing. And the person will go and come. The person will be angry, but the person can't do anything to your madam or your master. The person will go and come again. And for 1 week, it will turn to 1 month, 2 months. Your madam or your master will not fulfill it. The person will be angry. he or she will not do anything to your madam. You copy it. When you become a master or madam of your own, you know it's normal. Oh, they'll get angry, but and then you do it to your clients too. And that's what a lot of people do. We always complain about artisans that kind of tailor for carpenters, seamstresses, what have you named them? They will tell you, oh, in a week your thing will be ready. In a month, sometimes it will not be ready, and you get angry all the time. And any time you go there angry, the apprentices are there. They are observing. So they will learn. They will do the same thing to you, and it's become a cyclical thing. Whatever you teach your children, your apprentices, they observe. They think it's good because and even if it delays, you pick your clothes. The next time you'll take it there again. So they feel it's normal. It is normal because madam, madam for so. And you see, they realize that you are still the madam's friend. You are still the master's friend. You still bring it. So they also learn that. Yeah, Bibles too. They're all the same thing. See, they pass on this knowledge to their apprentices indirectly, and they learn both the good ones and the bad ones. A few of them may turn out and know that no, you have to be truthful to your clients. But a lot of them, they learn the same thing. Because they say proverbially, Okoto on one madda. Okoto always bet and Okoto. So this thing is there. So you see, Marius Babu gives all these demonstrations, all these examples from our society, and he practicalizes them to let us know that all these things that we go through, which in some areas or quarters they classify under informal education. I'm sure you've come across that. They classify them under informal education. Now they are all part of our folklore. It's a way of life. That is how we learn. That is how we survive in our society, by observance, by performance. Okay? You don't teach this in the classroom. You don't read this in the books. But you observe, you participate. And then you imbibe the knowledge in the youth. If it's good, they'll do it the way it has to be. If it's bad, they'll do it the same way. And you turn out either good people or bad people. So this is what in some Bible is saying by giving illustration. Any question? Yeah, this my hand is up. Hello? Any question up to this point? Hello, any question?
No, sir.
No question, sir.
Yeah, read the part I made you pause at. That paragraph I made you pause at.
Then we have folklore in its own perennial domain, at work as ever, alive and shifting, always apt to grasp and assimilate new elements on its way. It is old-fashioned, grey or white-headed perhaps, fast receding from its former strongholds under the impact of modern progress and industry. It is the born opponent of the serial number, the stamped product, and the patented standard. Men of learning have in the last century or so gathered, classified, and studied a vast body of materials pertaining to folk tradition. They are called folklorists. According to their aptitudes and preferences, they have specialized in various aspects of their chosen field, some in folktales or folk songs, others in handicrafts, others in dances and games, still others in beliefs and customs. Their tendency so far has been to restrict rather than to let their research expand all the way to its natural scope. Much still remains to be undertaken in the study of our folk arts and crafts, and even our working definition of folklore itself should be broadened to embrace the forms of habitation, carving, statuary, metalwork, iron, pewter, brass, silver, gold, weaving customs, and ancient domestic arts. Even written documents and materials from our archives may belong as much to folktale as to history. For instance, those bearing on the activities of the old guilds, on the pursuits of workshops, and on the traditional schools of manual training. And the door remains wide open to the comparative study of the folklore harvest, taking as a whole and its branches, for it all forms part of the culture of man from the remote past to the present. I'm done reading Maria's own. Hello, Doc.
I want you to read the paragraph I made you pause at. Just that paragraph again, okay?
Okay.
And then please, as she reads, you should all pay attention because I'm going to ask you to explain.
Then we have folklore in its own perennial domain, at work as ever, alive and shifting, always apt to grasp and assimilate new elements on its way. It is old-fashioned, grey, or white-headed perhaps, fast receding from its former strongholds under the impact of modern progress and industry. It is the born opponent of the serial number, the stamped products, and the patented standard.
Yes. Any explanation? I want explanation on this. Otherwise, you are not moving. Okay, read it one more time.
Okay.
Just read it one more time.
Okay. Then we have folklore in its own perennial domain, at work as ever, alive and shifting, always apt to grasp and assimilate new elements on its way. It is old-fashioned, grey or white-headed perhaps, fast receding from its former strongholds under the impact of modern progress and industry. It is the born opponent of the serial number, the stamped product, and the patented standard. I think she's trying to say that modern education or mode of training look back to folklore as the standard of folklore serves as the foundation on which modern forms of education and modes of training are transmitted.
Any other? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Doc, please, to add up to what my sister just said, I would also say that Oral literature is passed down from generation to generation, and that means it doesn't die out. However, it is open for alteration. It is open to accept new ideas and knowledge from other aspect. And then she was also trying to come out with some of the factors that actually have impact on our oral culture. And then she made mention of education, modernization, among others. So in conclusion, though oral literature is ancient, it is also open for modernization and then new things. Day in, day out, our culture, our oral literature is modified. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Any other?
Hello, Doc.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also learned that oral literature is not static in that sense. If you are saying it's not static, it means that it grows. We modify, as our sister said. So, though it has been passed on from generation, but we tend to add hours to it to modify it. For instance, our mothers taught us how to cook, but now we are also adding some ingredients to the preparation of soup or stew. And then if maybe you have learned how to do carpentry, you are also adding your own ingenuity to it. So I must say that the portion that we just read is referring to the oral literature, which is not static. Thank you.
Okay. Any other hand? Any other hand?
Okay. Okay, so I think it boils down to what I was talking about, a situation where we observe and we learn something in the community or around us, and we try to innovate or create something out of what we already learned. So it deals with the folktale being an old thing, and we trying to bring the old thing to new, basing on setting this as a foundation to create or modernize whatever that was used earlier to the modern state. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Balkishu, read it
Yes,
again,
Doc.
this time sentence by sentence. You see, he begins that if you talk about the fact that whenever a carpenter does this, whenever a seamstress, whenever all these things which we know or have come to know that are passed on from one generation to the other by word of mouth without being documented, then we have folklore. If we understand all these things that I'm saying, then we have folklore. But folklore in the sense that, yes, it is old fashioned, it is gray head or bald headed. When you is getting out of the system in the age of modernization. You see, we are losing it. Obia bakura phone. Once you go to pick your child from school, mommy, good morning. Mommy, good afternoon. Daddy, good afternoon. Then they pick your phone. They go on your phone and then they start playing games without engaging you in any form of conversation. You may not even ask how was school today. They greet you, they pick your phone. In the homes, you go, you put on the television. Daddy is sitting there, mommy is sitting there. The children are saying, "Be a phone." Nobody is chatting. You finish eating, daddy is watching news, watching football. Mommy is playing games on her phone, on TikTok. Children are watching videos, TikTok on their phones. Nobody is chatting. Previously, you come from school, you will not even get a car, you walk. Whoever comes to pick you from school will be working with you, you'll be chatting. You'll be observing things. You get home, you go to the kitchen, you help with the cooking. Now you go home, you ask your child to come and help with the cooking, and they get angry. They have homework. Teacher says they should do this. They should go use your phone to go on the internet and look for information. And who told you Growing up, we didn't have homework to do. You go to school, you walk to school, you walk back home, you go to the kitchen, you help with the cooking, you wash the utensils before you do your homework. And we made sure we did our homework every time before we went to bed. At these days, you come, you bring your child, go to the kitchen, mommy, I have homework, daddy, I have homework. They finish the homework and they fall asleep. And they have to leave the unwashed bowls to the next morning. Next morning, the children are going to school. So you have to do all that yourself. So in this age of modernization, we are losing touch of it. It says, oh, folklore is old-fashioned. It is gray-headed, bald-headed, perhaps, in the age of modernization, and we are losing it. Read that portion again. Thank you.
Then we have folklore in its own perennial domain, at work as ever, alive and shifting,
Alive
always
and
updated.
shifting. Always have to grasp, to assimilate, to pick new things up. So folklore is not static. It is not static. That is why when Susie talked about what she learned about the fixing of the napkin, she realized there was another way of doing which will make it better. Always shifting, willing to grasp, to be modernized. It is not static. Okay, go on.
It is old-fashioned, grey or white-headed perhaps, fast receding from its former strongholds under
Fast
the
receding means
impact.
na pampa mo pa first no one na pampa pa losing touch from its strongholds. Now you go to Nkrasin no Krano, they have phones, they watch TikTok. You go to the villages, the primitive people. You go there, obi uncle school that kura phone or hear TikTok. Okay, they don't tell the stories they used to tell. The by the fireside, which is even modernized, the pilolo, the kwa, the chaskele. You don't do them any longer. Okay, go on.
It is old-fashioned, grey or white-headed perhaps, fast receding from its former strongholds under the impact of modern progress and industry. It is the born opponent of the serial number, the stamped product, and the patented standard. Should I go on?
Yeah, go on.
Men of learning have, in the last century or so, gathered, classified, and studied a vast body of materials appertaining to folk tradition. They are called folklorists. According to their attitudes and preferences, they have specialized in various aspects of their chosen field, some in folk tales or folk songs, others in handicrafts, others in dances and games, still others in beliefs and customs. Their tendency so far has been to restrict, rather than to let their research expand all the way to its natural scope. Much still remains to be undertaken in the study of our folk arts and crafts, and even our working definition of folklore itself should be broadened to embrace the forms of habitation, carving, statuary, metalwork, iron, pewter, brass, silver, gold, weaving customs, and ancient domestic arts. Even written documents and materials from our archives may belong as much to folklore as to history. For instance, those bearing on the activities of the old guilds, on the pursuits of workshops, and on the traditional schools of manual training. And the door remains wide open to the comparative study of the folklore harvest, taken as a whole and in its branches, for it all forms part of the culture of man from the remote past to the present.
Yes, very good. What do you make of what she's read? Consider the fact that folklore is dying. It is whitehead, fast receding from its strongholds in the world of modernization, civilization. What is he saying here? As a way of making sure that folklore survives. Yes, I see some hands up. I see Bismarck. No, Bismarck's hand has already always been up. Yakubu. Yes, I'm listening. Okay. Now, what he's saying here is that because we are losing it with folklore, it's taking some researchers, known as the anthropologists, to gather oral materials to document them as a way of ensuring that we do not lose touch of our oral literature. But even in this, their classification of the data they are collecting is restricted. They have to broaden the data they are classifying in trying to explain what oral literature is. Because oral literature goes beyond how they have classified it. Because it encompasses the people's way of life, everything about the people's way of life, and not just to restrict them in the manner that they've done. This also accounts for the reason why we have texts that's in written form that contains elements of orality, elements of oral literature. It explains why you have books. For example, the book you have, the oral by Ruth Finnegan, Oral Literature in Africa, in which she collects a lot of data in Africa and documents them as a way of ensuring that there is some literature available on African literature. And you see, African countries do not usually sanction or sponsor research on Africa. Ruth Finnegan is not Ghanaian, yet she came to gather data on oral literature in Africa. So you can imagine if foreigners are the ones sponsoring research on Africa, then you can imagine also sorry, the kind of reports they'll be churning out. Because if you refuse to tell your story, people will write, tell it for you the way they feel it should be told. If we are not doing the research ourselves and we are asking foreigners to come and do the research for us, then they will do the research, present findings the way they think they should be, presented. And what you will have to do will be just to accept it the way they presented it. If you don't tell your story your own way, people will tell it for you the way they feel it should be told, and that's what is being happening. Finnegan, you look for her background, then you will know. So she's not Ghanaian. And she's not African. Conducted a research and presented her findings the way she thinks. Even though there are elements of some objectivity, but it's still a subjective research because you are not the one. It's not about you, but you are gathering information about a group of people, and you are presenting in such a way that it will suit how you think it should be done. And that is our problem. And also because we are losing touch with our orality, our folklore, these documented information have informed some of the writings we have. For example, that we mentioned that the marriage of Anansua is an adaptation of an oral tale. The Dilemma of a Ghost is also an adaptation of an oral tale. And that's in the Land of Idiots. The Clothes of Nakedness, among other works, are all tailored along our folklore. And that's what Babu is saying. All the things I've mentioned, according to Babu, if we know them, then It is about folklore. All these things contain our folklore. It is alive. It is shifting. It assimilates new things. It is not static. As society develops, as society changes, our folklore also changes. It assimilates new things to survive in our contemporary world by the use of improvisation, by those who tell it. Folklore is that is why the first definition says that folklore is about the traditional creations of both primitive and civilized people. We tend to find ourselves in a civilized world, and civilized world in quotation. For some of the things some people do, you may wonder that even the primitive man may not do that. So primitive here, I put it in quote. But of course, they all have their folklore. Is that okay? Any question? Any question? Any question? Okay, let's take a 2 minute break. If you want to drink water or use the washroom, 2 minutes break. Then we'll continue. After which we'll read the third writer. So 2 minutes break, okay? Let me also drink some water. But those of you who may not take the break, read through the third writer. Then if you have any question too, when we come, we'll address them. Those whose hands may go up. I see three hands up. So after the break, then we'll look at them.
Hello. Please, has the class closed?
No, we've not closed. We are back. We took a short break.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. For you to go and use the washroom or get some water to drink.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So any question, if there are questions up to this one, let me address them then. We'll move on. Okay. Let's look at the third definition. After which we'll close the doc on the 21 definition. Then you will be required to read the others on your own. Let's look at the third definition of what folklore is. Barikisu, if you are there. Yes.
Please, I would like to ask a question. Our traditional music and dance, is it part of our folklore or is a type of oral literature?
When you talk of traditional music, what do you mean? What is traditional music and dance?
Like our normal, for example, in Akan, our Akan traditional songs are accompanied by drums and so on. When it is sung, sometimes accompanied by our local or our drums.
So ask the question.
I'm asking whether it is part of our folklore or it's a type of oral literature.
One, we established that folklore is the bigger umbrella, and the oral literature is part of the folklore. So, of course, by this, what we classify as traditional dance, drama, performances, they are all part of our folklore. They are part of the oral literature. An aspect of folklore is the oral literature, specifically under the genres. We put it under the poetry and the drama, the performances. So they are under the folklore, oral literature. Is that okay?
Okay, so then I think I've seen something. I don't know whether you see. I've seen something in the somewhere in a book, and it's like types of oral literature. The book mentions folk tales, folklore, but now I'm getting to know that the folklore is a bigger umbrella. So it means that it is not a type of, or folklore is not a type of oral literature, because that is what I saw somewhere in a book.
Which book?
I think I've seen it in the Golden English. I think one other book.
Then you check it again. I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on that. But folklore is a bigger umbrella. But you have folktale. Folktale is different from folklore. Folktale is a type of oral narrative, so which is a smaller unit under folklore. Folktale is bigger.
So
oral literature.
If I'm getting you, it means oral literature is a subset of folklore.
Yes.
Oh, okay, sir.
You see, folklore has to do with the life story of a group of people. And an aspect of the life story of a group of people is how they entertain themselves, either through their poetry, either through their prose narratives, or either through their performances, their drama. And that is literature, the three genres: prose, poetry, and drama. Okay? And these are the ways of entertaining the people, educating them, blah, 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 validating culture, all these things. And they fall under how the people's life story is. That is their folklore. That's why when we started, we began looking at oral literature, and I said, to put it into context, we need to look at the bigger umbrella of what folklore is. So when we understand what folklore is, then we know that, okay, so oral literature is an aspect of the people's life. The people's life is such that they could talk about their primitive way of life or their civilized way of life. That's their folklore. And in any of these, whether primitive or civilized or both, they have their oral aspect. So they have their oral aspect, they have their written aspect. So under folklore, you may have the written aspect, and we have the oral aspect. But our focus is on oral aspect. And that whether it is a writing group or a speaking group, they all have their oral aspect. And remember, in terms of language acquisition, you start speaking before you start writing. You know that, right?
Yes, please.
Yeah, you start speaking before you start writing. So orality precedes literacy. Orality precedes literacy. So you should always remember this. And there's an article I'll let you read later by Walter Ong, Orality and Literacy. Let me put it on the page. You should make time and read that. Walter Ong, in his book Orality and Literacy. If you have the time, you should read that text. Walter Ong's Orality and Literacy. You should read that text to understand the point I'm making. Any other question? Any question? Hello? Hello?
Hi, sir.
Yes,
Okay. Do you understand the
Yes,
point I made?
yes, please.
Okay. Okay, Barikesu.
Yes, Doc.
Read the next one for us.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Anthropological usage. The term comes in myths, legends, folk tales, proverbs, riddles, verse.
Yeah, start.
Okay. In anthropological usage, the term folklore has come to mean myths, legends, folk tales, proverbs, riddles, verse, and a variety of other forms of artistic expression whose medium is the spoken word. Thus, folklore can be defined as verbal art. Anthropologists recognize that an important group of individuals known as folklorists are interested in customs, beliefs, arts and crafts, dress, house types, and food recipes, but in their own studies of the Aboriginal peoples of various parts of the world. These diverse items are treated under the accepted headings of material culture, graphic and plastic arts, technology and economics, social and political organization, and religion, and all are subsumed under the general term culture. There is, however, an important part of culture which does not fall under any of these convenient headings, and which is classed separately as folklore. Folklore in all its forms, thus defined, is obviously related to literature, which is written, but folklore may never be written even in a literate society, and it may exist in societies which have no form of writing. Like literature, folklore is an art form related to music, dance, the graphic and anal-plastic arts, but different in the medium of expression which is employed.
Good. What do you make of this? I think we've already explained this in detail, but is there anyone who doesn't understand this? What don't you understand? Could you kindly take that again, okay? One, you know who the anthropologists are? I think I explained this in the previous anthropologist. And I mentioned with Finnegan. They gather information, they study people, they do ethnographic research. So they study people about their behavior, their culture, and everything. Okay. But we read it.
Okay. In anthropological usage, the term folklore has come to mean myths, legends, folktales, proverbs, riddles, verse, and a variety of other forms of artistic expression whose medium is the spoken word. Thus, folklore
Wait.
can be defined as
Wait. I hope you understand up to this point. In looking at folklore, he mentioned all these things and says the medium of expression of all these examples he's mentioned is the spoken word. Okay, go on.
thus, folklore can be defined as verbal art.
Okay. Verbal art means it is not written, it is spoken, it is oral. Okay.
Anthropologists recognize that an important group of individuals known as folklorists are interested in customs, beliefs, arts and crafts, dress, house ties, and food recipes. But in their own studies of the Aboriginal peoples of various parts of the world, these diverse items are treated under the accepted headings of material culture, graphic and plastic arts, technology and economics, social and political organization, and religion, and all are subsumed under the general term culture.
Okay, go on.
There is, however, an important part of culture which does not fall under any of these convenient headings, and which is classed separately as folklore. Folklore in all its forms, thus defined, is obviously related to literature, which is written. But folklore may never be written even in a literate society, and it may exist in societies which have no form of writing.
Okay, so pay attention to this part.
Like literature, folklore is an art form related to music, the dance, and the graphic and plastic arts, but different in the medium of expression which is employed.
I hope you get this. Anybody who doesn't understand this should draw attention to it. Okay, please go on.
So please, I have a question.
Please ask.
So please, the sentence before the last one.
Read it for us.
That it reads the folklore in all its forms. That's defined. It's obviously related to literature, which is written. But folklore may never be written even in literate society.
Yes.
So that part I don't understand it.
Folklore may never be written even in read the sentence.
So it says, but folklore may never be written even in a literate society, and it may exist
That,
in society.
you see, I said from even the first definition by Jonas Vallis that comprises creations by both civilized and uncivilized societies. The first definition we read. So the written society, the writing society, or a modern society is a civilized and the primitive is the uncivilized. Whether it is a civilized society or not, they all have their oral part. They have their way of life. And we say folklore is what? The way of life, the life story of a group of people. And whether that group of people is a writing society or an oral society, they have their folklore. Okay? Whether it is a writing society or a speaking society, they have their folklore. And what is folklore? The way of life of the people, their life story. So whether it's a writing society or not, they have their life story. So you can tell or talk about that group. Because they're a group of people. They have a shared experiences, shared values, common values, whether it's a writing community or not. Okay, read it again.
Okay.
Read that portion again.
So folklore in all its forms, that's defined, is obviously related to literature, which is written.
That's from what has been explained in this definition. It creates the impression that folklore has to do with writing. Okay? Because from the information that is gathered by the anthropologists, they put it into writing under certain categories. They classify them under certain categories, creating the impression that it may relate to the writing community. And he's saying that folklore, from what has been defined, may not necessarily relate to even the writing community. Okay, you read it.
It is obviously related to literature, which is
No, read the
written.
whole sentence.
Okay. Folklore in all its forms, that's defined, is obviously related to literature, which is written. But
Because
folklore may
they've
never
been
be
classified under certain headings in their works by the anthropologists. Go on.
But folklore may never be written even in a literate society.
Yes, may never be written, even in a literate society. When you come to, where are you joining us from?
Takrady.
Aha. Takrady, which part of Takrady do you stay?
Apromdo.
Apromdo. So, Apromdo nye krasi anamabwa. It's a writing society. And you realize that there are certain practices in the society which you don't find in books. You still learn. So if I want to talk about the way of life of people at Apromdo, I won't have to go and look for a book. I may even come to you and ask you, and Apromdo for where then then how do they play? Do they have any communal work they do? How is the community like? So that I don't find myself as a stranger. I want to fit in when I move into the area. I won't go to the bookshop and say I'm looking for a book that describes how the people of Apromdo live. But I can come to you, ask you, and you'll pass that knowledge on to me verbally, orally, to tell me how the people of Apromdo live, the way of life of the people of Apromdo, what they like, what they don't like. So you'll be telling me invariably about their folklore. Hey, what bottle, what are jams, forms of entertainment, or every evening they gather the children here, weekends they do pool party. Okay, you are telling me about the folklore of the people over there. And it's a writing society, it's a literary society. Their way of life may not be documented. The same way that you may go to a village and a rural setting and their way of life may be different. Okay, so continue, read that portion again.
But folklore may never be written even in a little society, and
I
it
hope you
may
get this
exist.
point.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And it may exist in societies which have no form of writing.
Yes. So in a literate society, it may not even be there, but in a society which does not have or no writing, they will have it. They will have their folklore. Okay, so it's regardless of where it's coming. Every group has its own folklore. Okay, go on.
I guess it's now, sir. Thank you. Sir, please, I guess it's now. Thank you.
Yeah, but you finish read the sentence to the end.
Sir, okay. Like literature, folklore is an art form related to music, the dance, and the graphic and plastic arts, but
Okay.
different in the medium of expression, which is
Good.
employed.
Good. So this medium is what? Oral. There are different forms of sometimes the medium of expression of literature classifies it. Okay. So how do you in a prose form? Prose is transmitted through what? Narration. To narrate. So you tell the story. Poetry, you need to perform it. Drama, you need to perform it in the form of a play. So that's the medium of transmission. Performance, narration, that is how you transmit this knowledge. So they, yes, of course, they share certain features, but they vary in their medium of expression, medium of transmission. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Any other question? Okay. Now, generally, you realize that if you continue reading these definitions, there is a core understanding of what folklore is. The main idea is that it could relate to a civilized community or an uncivilized community. You may have a writing society which may not have folklore as you may see it. You may have a speaking society which may have folklore. But every society has its way of life. So folklore is not restricted to the uncivilized. It encompasses both the civilized and uncivilized. And this is the core of all the definitions you'll be looking at. One key feature of folklore is that it is transmitted orally from one generation to the other. And then you should also take note of the fact that because it is losing its touch, it is fast receding. And that, that's old age. Once you get to that stage, your autumn, in literature, autumn signifies old age. Spring, summer, autumn, and summer, winter. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, the four seasons of life, which are reflected in literature. Spring is life, renewal, rebirth, rejuvenation. Summer is your gay moment, your happy moment, youthful exuberance, joy, happiness. That's your summer. Autumn is old age. When you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s, your old age, your autumn. And then your winter, your death. So autumn, when the leaves start falling. What happened? Your joint, when sciatica sets in. Okay. Yes. When you want to pee, wontumi ntwonso nkɔ soro time biara na watwa 360 or say. Then your breast, your unufoɔ nyinaa nso agu. Okay. That is your autumn. Yes. At that stage, uhu gu wɔn pa a womfa ho. Atom, we say odresse umbɔ brazier. Uhu nyinaa gu womfa ho koraa. You feel like you've exhausted your youthfulness. Yes. That is your autumn. And then after that, you know that the more you do is it. You and your God. You're just waiting for the winter, a new cold. Nothing survives in the fridge. Anything alive, when you put in the fridge, dies. So it's only dead things you keep in the fridge to preserve it for a while, as long as it will last. But of course, nothing lasts forever in the fridge. As I wish the fridge not check, then cry, it will still go bad. Because it also has its lifespan in the fridge. So as literature students, always keep in mind the 4 seasons of life: spring, summer, autumn, winter. These are always there. So keep them in mind. So oral literature is at its autumn stage. It is dying. So, but we need to revive it. Otherwise, we will lose it. And once a society loses its folklore, then it's a dead society. A society that does not have a story is a dead society. Even if you go to the cemetery, there's a story about the cemetery. Because you can always tell the story of the cemetery, the story of the dead. There is always a story about the dead. But because oral literature is losing it, anthropologists have decided to gather or collect data on our folklore and document them. And as I've already said, this explains why you have some of these elements of orality in our literature, in our textbooks, in our stories. So the marriage of Anansua, the clothes of nakedness. In movies, you have some of these elements of orality in there. Now, when we restrict it to Ghana, sometimes we try to make you understand it, but even when you read contemporary story, the story of Robin Hood, the outlaw movies of the Western world, story of Robin Hood, Cinderella, Hansel and Gretel, Jack and the Beanstalk, the Beauty and the Beast. All these are reflections of other countries' folklore. The fairy tale stories, the fables, Snow White and the 7 Little Dwarfs, Snow White, yes. All these are examples of stories from the Western world. And you see, anytime they tell us about their folklore. And because they've put them into movies, we think they are extraordinary. They are telling their folklore so that we do not forget, so that they also do not forget. And when they tell us, they are only telling us about their folklore. We don't have such opportunities telling our stories. But they are all part of their folklore. And they are telling us, they want us to learn their folklore. If Kenya the Papa, why would you think they'll bring them to us? All those stories you've been watching, those stories you've been reading, the games you've been playing on the phones, they found a way of making sure that we learn their stories, we learn their folklore at the neglect of ours. How many of our stories are in movies? We used to have the story of Akusika. I'm sure some of you remember the story of Akusika. Yeah, we used to have a movie on that, Akusika. The name of the girl was Aku, and because of something that happened, she got the title Sika. Akusika, but we don't know the story, we've forgotten. That movie doesn't exist anymore. That was a movie that told us about one of our folk tales. That is gone. And nobody is trying to rekindle it. You remember By the Fireside. By the Fireside is gone. Because Grace Omabo stopped, whatever happened, there was an end to it. It's dead and gone. But By the Fireside was a way of reenacting trickster tales, Kwekwanan's stories. They're all gone. There's no medium. I don't know if any of the social media platforms is showing some of these. But
Hello,
it's all
sir.
gone. Yeah, hello.
Yeah, recently I've seen some excerpts on TikTok. I don't know if it's a teacher who is doing that. They call it Anansikrom.
Okay.
Anansikrom. It's now on TikTok. and I followed them. He's using the school children to perform that. So I was even contemplating of sending the teacher a message if it could be shown on TV. It's very, very interesting. Very interesting.
Then I think it would be nice to engage that teacher. Because if the person gets the impression that people are watching, people are listening, people are interested, then that teacher will be motivated to continue. So as many of you as can reach that teacher, please do. And let that teacher know that you are taking a course in oral literature in Africa. So when you saw that, you felt it was relevant. So you wanted to share some idea, and the person will be happy. Okay?
Okay.
The person will be happy. This is Caroline, right?
Yes, sir.
You said you prepare what for me?
I'm a Franca.
Oh, I see. So where are you joining us from?
Ghana.
Koforidua.
Yes.
Okay. Anytime I come to Accra, I'll let you know. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
At least Accra is closer to Koforidua than Cape Coast.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Any other contribution or suggestion?
Yeah, hello, Prof.
Yes, madam.
Please, for the Akusika, I learned Kumawood has done it in a movie form.
Okay. Yeah.
I remember that movie. They had that story where the lady's hand was chopped off when she was a little girl.
Yeah.
When she grew up, she visited the river and there was a snake in the river. So after putting her hand into the snake's mouth, the hand became like gold.
Yes. Yeah. So that story is tailored on one of our folk tales.
Okay.
There's a folk tale. It wasn't just a snake, but it was some kind of a fairy god that felt pity for the girl and wanted to save her from embarrassment. Because that girl, Aku, was to marry a prince. And the stepmother created the impression that her hand, she was a disabled person. So she couldn't marry a prince because she wasn't worthy of a throne, of all the goodies. So she wanted to disgrace Aku. And Aku was a good girl. So the gods had mercy. They took pity on her. So when she went to the riverside to fetch water, she got help from the goddess of the river. So when she placed her hand in the mouth of the snake, when she brought it out, the hand was fixed, but it was golden. So on the day of the outdooring, because they wanted a public show, the stepmother wanted a public show. And the chief or king said, if it was true that Aku's hand was chopped off, then Aku was bringing a disgrace to the throne, that the prince couldn't marry her. So on the day, Aku knew, she wasn't, so she also agreed. So on the day of the Durbar, Aku brought her hand out. And they realized it wasn't just an ordinary hand, but it was a golden hand. They said, hey, Aku nsa yisika. Hey, then Aku sika, like Aku's hand, which is golden. So she got the label Akusika. So anybody who is called Akusika, and it's a Ghana story. Okay, Aku is a Ghana name. So that tale is from the Ghana side. So anytime you hear of any Akusika, and usually they go together, Akusika. That is the story behind that name.
Yes,
and you see,
and Nanam Pedu has a song on that.
Yes. So in the Ampedu song, the story is there. So sometimes you wonder which precedes which. Whether an Ampedu song precedes the label or people looked at the story and then brought the name. We may have to look at the one which precedes the other. Whether Ampedu story came first or it was based on Ampedu story that the story also came. But of course, that's why I said we'll be listening to some songs to reflect some of these oral elements in our society. So I'm glad you know that song. Yeah. So you see how beautiful literature is, reflecting our lives. Any question? Okay, so we'll end with the definitions by Maria Leach, and then you should read the rest just to know what they're about. We can't do everything because of the limited time. So I'll ask that you read the rest of the definitions to abreast yourselves with how other scholars also look at folklore. But as I've told you, there's a common ground which they all accept, that it involves both the literate society and the illiterate society. The element of orality is key, passed on from one generation to the other by word of mouth, and encompasses cultural values, myths, legends, customs, taboos, performances, a lot. There's a lot of repetition in the definitions, but they all come to a shared agreement on some of the things I've mentioned. Now, I hear you're creating a specific platform for this group. So if I'm there and you put anything there, if there's time, I'll respond to some of them. If there's no time to any time we meet, you can always ask those questions and we'll address them. Any question? Okay, I gave a second. Before that, you have another class at 11, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
11:30.
Yes, sir.
It's 11:30.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Ours was from 7 to 11, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's another article I asked you to read, The Four Functions of Folklore by William Bascom. Were you able to read it? I'm not sure. Okay, let me just mention the elements to you, the functions to you, then you take your time and read that article, okay? Now, you realize that when we talk of the functions of oral literature, I'm sure some of you have, I think even mentioned when we started looking at the topic earlier today. The functions of literature, one, is to do what? One of the functions of literature. Anybody? One of the functions of literature.
Yeah, please, it's to entertainment.
Yes. One of the functions of literature is to do what? Anybody?
To educate.
Yes. So one of the functions of folklore is also to educate. It teaches. It has pedagogical features. Okay. Any other?
To entertain.
Okay. Okay, good. So one of the features, functions of folklore is to entertain. So the stories we tell in terms of the oral narratives, the riddles, the proverbs, and all the other wise sayings, they are all forms of entertainment. So when you go to the villages, growing up, not just in the villages, but in areas of settlements, growing up, we had storytelling sessions where after the evening's meal, the elders or an elderly person, one of them, which we technically call the griot, Griot, the griot will sit the young ones down. So they'll sit in the form of a crescent moon, like semicircle. Then he will or she will be in the middle. and then tell tales, whether dilemma tales, whether trickster tales, whether etiological tales, to entertain, to educate the youth. And at times we ask questions. But it was also done as a way of ensuring that after the evening's meal, we just didn't go to sleep. We would spend some time, sit, talk, laugh for good digestion to take place. So you eat, you don't just go to sleep as we do now. You eat, you sit in a chair, you watch television, then you sleep in the chair. After 1, 2, 3 months, you start having bloated tummy. And then some will describe you as you are living well. You eat, sit in a chair, you have bloated tummy, you snore like like something. And then some of my friends say, "Charlie, you are living well, oh," when they saw saw sicknesses. Yeah, but our ancestors had a way of ensuring that you just didn't go to sleep after eating. So you eat, they will sit you down, tell you tales, and then you laugh for good, effective digestion before you went to bed. Growing up, we didn't know that they were teaching us that it's not good to go to bed immediately after eating. But now that we are mature, we should reflect on some of these things and know that, okay, so there, you see, our ancestors always did things with good reasons. They just didn't act anyhow or anyway. Whatever they did, they had reasons back in them, just that they didn't explain the reasons. Not singing in the bathroom, not pounding in the mortar when there was nothing in it, not sweeping at night, not whistling at night, and you name them. They all had reasons for telling them. Now, science somehow finds a way of explaining them. But you see, science can go to a certain extent, but science cannot do everything. Science only explains how something is done, but science doesn't explain why it is done or it is not done. So science only supplements what is already there. It adds on to it, but it doesn't solve it. Now science will tell you that if you pound a mortar, something in the mortar when there's nothing, of course, why would you pound when there's nothing in the mortar? You're just wasting resources. But our ancestors will tell you there's a good reason why you shouldn't pound when there's nothing. But they will scare you with the fact that when you do that, then you are pounding your mother's fufu. So our tradition, the myths, the taboos, they put fear. They'll put fear in you, and the fear was a way of, there's this expression, castrating you from it, preventing you from doing something. So the fear will castrate you. The fear will put fear in, will prevent you from doing it. But these days, so somebody will try it, nothing happens. Somebody will whistle in the night, nothing will happen. They say, what was the myth behind it? If you whistle in the night, what will happen?
Dwarf will come.
Aha. So in the night, somebody will whistle. Then we'll look around. There's no dwarf. We'll whistle the following day. No dwarf. They will keep whistling. No dwarf. Then they feel, oh. Then so why were they scaring us with the fact that if you whistle, dwarves will come? Who has seen a dwarf before? Until recently, where we see on TikTok and other videos, we didn't even know how a dwarf looked like. But now we have videos, people saying they captured some dwarves on camera, and I'm like, so which camera was there that these dwarves didn't see and walked into the cameras? Well, we don't know whether they are AI generated or not, but now we know what how these dwarves look like. Go on TikTok and you see them, dwarves running away from cameras and all that. So this is the kind of world we live in now. Yeah, any question? I think we've done a lot. So one, it entertains, it educates. One other function of folklore is that it validates culture. Now, the things we are saying about validation of culture, you whistle in the night, dwarves will come and catch you. You sweep at night. What did they say about sweeping at night?
You are sweeping your money away.
Sweeping your money away. But you see, the idea is that in the night, if you are not careful, you may sweep a valuable thing you may not even know. So they say, don't sweep at night. But the scare was that, but these days, those days, we didn't have a lot of lights. They use a lantern and then firewood to light the place. So sweeping, you may not know what you are sweeping away. You may sweep a valuable thing and then in the day may realize that you've lost it. So to prevent that loss, don't sweep at night. But if you just tell somebody don't sweep at night, the person won't adhere to it. So put a fear in the person. This will happen. And because we always revered our ancestors, we revered the gods, the fear worked on us. But these days, Galamsey it's not a recent thing. Our ancestors dug gold in the forest. They had pits. So you go to the villages. In Twi, we call it Enkono. Those who are from the Twi speaking or Asante speaking, you call Enkono. These were pits our ancestors mined in. And some were very deep. They even dug some of these pits along rivers or water bodies. They never destroyed any of these water bodies because they had the fear that these water bodies were inhabited by gods or deities. And you dare not desecrate any deity because they had potential power to protect us. And there is this saying that you never buy the hand that feeds the mouth. If somebody is feeding you, putting food in your mouth, and you buy the finger or the hand, you think the person will continue to feed you? No. So if they had the belief that you never buy the hand that feeds the mouth, you never destroy the deity that protects you. So even though they mined along some of these water bodies, they never destroyed them because they believed that these water bodies were inhabited by deities. But these days, where are the deities? You don't seem to know where they are. So Galamsey has sacked all of them, driven all of them away. So people have the guts to go to the water bodies and destroy them. I'm in Praso currently, Chifu Praso. You look at the water. And this is just one of them. It's just one of them. And Cobra, and it's pathetic. This Galamsey thing, if you haven't seen the severity of it, then you should come to understand that it's that serious. It's that serious. Now, you can't get any freshwater fish to buy. It's either from the sea or from the coastal or from people's own fish ponds. There's no freshwater anywhere, at least that we can count and say that this is freshwater where people have been fishing. Flowing water. No, we don't have them. And is that the kind of legacy we are leaving for our children? They're just destroying everything in the name of selfishness. Greed. The politician is greedy. The politician's brother or family is also greedy. Everybody is exploiting everybody. And in the end, we will die and go. But our children, our children's children, what are we leaving behind for them? If our ancestors had done that, do you think we'll be where we are today? Why are we deviating from this? The knowledge that was passed on to us verbally, we seem to have forgotten, or we seem to have placed no value on them. We are losing touch with our reality. And even though these have been documented because we are forgetting, we are still not reading. The information is there, the reality is there. On social media, go, you type effect of Galamsey, destruction, devastating nature of Galamsey is there, it's been documented. Because you catch by word of mouth, you forget it. They've documented that, okay, by listening, watch it, read it. We are not reading, we are not watching. We just keep on destroying things. And then when they say water is expensive, you complain. You buy a bottle of water, 3 cedis, 5 cedis. One sachet of water, 1 cedi. Then you complain. Now who caused them? When we are destroying all the water bodies, paying a lot for water bills. Every time there's an increment. And even the water that we think is purified. So you look at River Pra, you look at the color now, and then if they have to change it to something that you drink, you wonder what kind of chemicals have gone into the water to change it to something as pure as we see to drink. And if all these chemicals are being consumed to the body, then you can imagine. You can imagine. So you have 9-year-olds, 8-year-olds having their menses. You ask your mother when she had her menses, and we're like in the teens. It's like, hey, man, maybe everybody when you're 9 years, 8 years, why the menses? I think it's a privilege that your 8-year-old, your 9-year-old, your 10-year-old girl is having her menses. You think anyway, oh, maybe you think it's a privilege, but there are all consequences. All the chemicals we are taking in are having hormonal changes in them. Very tender ages, we are having problems, medical problems. These are all as a result of our bad way of doing things. And you see, in our culture, the good things are there, the bad things are there. But our ancestors, our elders used some of these tales to teach, to educate, to entertain, to validate culture. They are there. But because they were done unconsciously, we seem to forget that these have some relevance. And then the final part of this is the social context within which these tales are told. If there is no social context, then the things you've mentioned is validation of culture, its educative aspect or pedagogical aspect, and then its entertaining element. They are all lost. So there is a social context within which all of these elements can play a significant role. So these are the functions of folklore as established by William Bascom. You haven't read it, I've just summarized it for you. I would want you to read it in detail so I can draw more examples than what I've given you. If you have any element of concern, you note them down. At our next meeting, God willing, we'll go over these functions of folklore again before we move on. Now, the next article I want you to read before our next class is, I think, the chapter 1 of Ruth Finnegan's book, Oral Literature in Africa, and the title is The Oral Nature of African Unwritten Literature. The Oral Nature of African Unwritten Literature. So you need to get that, and we can download it. Let me put it there on the platform for you. You can download it, The Oral Nature . The Oral Nature of African. Okay. Okay, so I'll put it on in the chat. Okay. So you should try and read that before our next meeting. The Oral Nature of African Literature. Then try and listen to some songs by Ampadu. Identify some of them, some of the songs with oral elements, especially the songs that tell stories. Try and look at them. We'll discuss some of them. Any question?
Sam,
Yes.
please, the set of books you said we should read again so that we'll go and follow.
The what?
The set of books that we are supposed to read.
Oh, read The Marriage of Anansua and The Dilemma of a Ghost.
Thank you, sir.
So if you
Okay.
can kindly place this on the platform for us.
Me? Are you saying I should put it there?
Yes, Doc.
But did you hear what I said? Did you hear the titles?
Okay, I heard Marriage of Anans. Wow.
And do you know that book?
Yes, I do, Doc.
And the second one is what?
The Dilemma of the Ghost.
I can't recall.
Okay, somebody just mentioned it. So kindly put it there. Kindly put it there. Share, okay? Share with the group. Any other question?
So please, I want your guidance. Whilst you were lecturing, you spoke about the spring, which represents rebirth, summer, which represents strength.
The seasons of life.
Okay.
Yeah, the 4 seasons of life.
All right. Thank you.
So I said summer. It starts with spring. Spring is when, like, our wet season, when it's raining. You see, when it rains, even the barren land starts growing something. You look around you. We are in spring. We are in the rainy season. Look around you. You realize that even the parts that were so dry during the dry season, nobody sprinkled any seeds there. But because of the rain, realize that the place is now bushy. Wherever the weeds came from, you don't know. But suddenly the place is weedy. There is something, some green coming from the ground. Have you noticed that? Anytime it rains, even the dry land, especially when you go to the north, from February, March, April, the north, so dry. So dry. But once it starts raining, the part that you felt was very, very dry. Nobody sprinkles any seed there. But suddenly something starts growing. I don't know if you've experienced this. Wherever you are, this should be happening. Once you see rain, something starts growing. That is life. That is spring. The significance of spring. Whenever there is rain, that's why they say water is life. If you remember that saying, water is life. The most dry land, when it sees water, you will never know where the seed will come from, but something will start growing. Some life will be there. So that is spring, renewal, rebirth. So after a long journey, you're so tired, so exhausted. Football, you're watching the football match. Yesterday, England versus France. Or during the journey of this World Cup, they had what? They said some hydration break. Yes, the hydration break, because they felt the weather was so hot that without that break, some may pass out, which will be death, or which may be catastrophic. So they needed some rejuvenation, some revival, some rekindling of their energy. That is spring, that is water. So when a literary person makes reference to the seasons, when he makes reference to the spring, it is life, renaissance, renewal, rebirth, rejuvenation. That is how symbolic they make use of. That is metaphorically. Metaphorically, they compare a certain stage in life to the weather, to the season. So when you give birth to a new baby, it is a baby's spring, new life. So that's how symbolic it is. Now, as the baby is born, the baby will grow to adulthood, youthful exuberance. That is summer. So there was this song by Madonna, Summer Holiday. We are going on a summer holiday. If you want to go, you're swing. And we're going to London and New York City and we take a little bit of it down. I'm sure you've heard that song, right?
Dog,
Yes.
taps up for you.
Yes. That is summer holiday. Summer is your youthful exuberance. When there is happiness, there is joy. So if you're a lady, you stand in front of the mirror, then you look at your breasts. You realize, hey, Charlie, men of you have beautiful breasts. Then you look at your buttocks. Hey, me too, I have flat tummy. I have beautiful hips. Then you realize that you have good market value. That is your summer. And then they wear clothes, normally cleavage. Or maybe you to showcase that, yes, That like they say, show what mama gave you or something. Yes, so they carry themselves about exhibiting, showing, demonstrating that yes, nyankopon onwene won. Yanwo omo keke, like yanwene won. No Ekuaba by Kojo. You know that song? Ekuaba Fefe by Kojo.
Yeah.
So as part of this course, I always make reference to songs that reflect the ideas we are teaching. When you go listen to Ekuaba by Kojo, okay, listen to the lyrics, pay attention. Ekuaba yanwene no, yanwuno, like yanwene no. That is Ekuaba. In your summer, you look at yourself in the mirror and say, yes, me who fe, me your basima, me your bema, me jinaso. And you see, it's at the stage where when you're careful, bema na ujinaso, abefa ma be dodo. I say, obi dem timiko 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds, membre. Because you feel you are strong. That is your summer, your gay moment, your gay period. You are enjoying it. But you see, that period is short-lived. Your summer is not forever. It is short-lived. And if you look at Shakespeare's this poem, Sonnet 18, you can write it down, Sonnet 18. Shall I compare thee to summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. And rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease had all too short a date. Summer's lease, like when you lease out a property to somebody, you give it for a short period. It's not conveyance. Conveyance, you're the man forever, but a lease. So those of you who have land, conveyance, you trim. From 2020, was saying, Land Act, conveyance, you trim. It's a lease. So after 100 years, what's called renew. So it's not forever. So in this poem, Sonnet 18, Shakespeare makes a comparison metaphorically of how beauty is transient. It's not permanent, just as you lease a property to somebody. So life is not permanent. And your summer will leave you. So summer is the second stage of your life. Youthful exuberance. You enjoy. That is when, at the time when you are being restricted, you want to sneak out and go and have fun. What can they cry? You still want to go because my friends are going. You want me to stay in the house. You also want to enjoy because you realize that them time not check. If you don't enjoy, you miss that stage. And if you remember, first degree, when you were in school, there was fun on campus. By your second degree, look at you, you are home. You don't have the opportunity to come to campus to have some freedom, to chill. Your parents, your boyfriends, girlfriends, you're in the house, you can't go out. But first degree, you're on campus, club bed man chilling there man chilling. And you thought, oh, what do you want chill first degree, second degree? Over chill. Second degree, you're in the house. The opportunity has passed you by. Now you're doing online. How can you chill doing online? If you meet face to face, after you see your mate, now online, you don't even see pictures. That stage has passed. Okay, so your summer is short-lived. There is this poem, Carpe Diem. It's like enjoy the moment while it lasts. If you miss it, that's it. Then, because summer is short-lived, after summer, you have autumn. Autumn is old age. You see, autumn like August. So anytime you see August in a poem, it means old age. Summer is like summer is May, June, July. April, the spring is from March, April, then some part of June. But now the seasons have changed. But May, June, so May, merrymaking, May is summer. May, June. That's why you see a lot of flowers. So the flowers symbolize beauty. That's when the sun comes up. When the sun comes up, then the flowers, the buds, buds, the buds, they open up and the flowers come. When the flowers come, that is summer. But you see, the flowers don't bright forever. After 2-3 days, the flowers, grow old again. That is autumn. When in August, the yellow leaves, the brown leaves, all start falling. And if you read Shakespeare's Sonnet 73, it talks about the seasons and how your summer will come and catch you quickly. That time of the year, thou mayest in me behold, when yellow leaves or few or none do hang upon the darling buds of May. So you are like a tree. That time of the year where the yellow leaves will fall, or sometimes you may not see any leaf. Leaves like fast receding like oral literature and folklore. That's your autumn. When I take a crabby, you need to take aphrodisiac to even sleep with your wife or your girlfriend because to me. And then you start singing, then you know those songs, huh? Yes, that's your autumn, your old age. Because when you say, to me for baby, so you need aphrodisiacs, you need support. That is your autumn. You start taking all those concoctions. You start visiting people, talking to your friends. You start getting mixtures for bitters. Bitter, gallon, kakrakasi with them. Every 30 minutes, you start looking for some to take. Yes, that is your autumn, old age. And then after autumn, death, winter. So cold, anytime you see cold in any work of art, cold means death. Winter means death. Ice means death. So when they say death laid its icy hands on kings, ice means death. So this is how significant the seasons are. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. In the temperate zones, they have these seasons. But in our world, we have just the two. Rainy season or dry season, or wet season, or harmattan. But in the temperate zones, they have these four. And each of the four represents or symbolic of the stages in life. So in literature, instead of just mentioning the elements, we metaphorically compare people's lives to the seasons. Is that okay?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So at our next meeting, we'll look at the oral nature of African unwritten literature. We will discuss this text extensively. And then we'll also look at some songs that reflect some of these oral narratives. We will mention the proverbs, we mention the legends, we mention, at least we'll try and establish or talk about the types of elements and the oral literature, the types of or forms of entertainment. We may, if there's time, look at poetry, oral poetry, okay, by looking at panegyric poetry, poetry of imprecation, and pejorative poetry. We look at these types: panegyric or praise poetry, poetry of imprecation, and then pejorative poetry. You look at this. You look at libation text. Okay, libation as a form of literature, a prayer, libation text. We look at these elements. So next week we'll focus on the oral nature of African unwritten, and then oral poetry. I'm sure we'll be able to exhaust the time for these topics. So I've given you the materials to read. Finnegan's chapter 1. Read that. Then others, just read on them. Poetry of pejorative, imprecation, and panegyric. Read on them. But if I'm on your page, if you have any concern, you can always raise it and then we'll try as much as possible to address them. Any question?
Okay. Thank you, Doc. Initially, I think you told us to look at Walter Ong's orality and literacy.
And literacy, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so read it.
All right.
If Nyame kama kuma, I may set a question on it for the end of sem. Temunko kan.
Sir, please again. Sir, please again.
May say, Nyankopon kama kuma, for your end of sem, I may set a question on it. One question on water ongs. The what?
Sir, please, I want you to repeat what you were saying. Water.
May say, it's on the page. Water ongs, orality, and literacy. May say, Nyankopon kama kuma, I may set one question on it for your end of sem.
Doc, please, yes. Can the water onks, orality, and literacy, and the oral nature of African unwritten literature be found in the same 616 pages document?
No. Water Ong's book is different. The 600 African unwritten literature is just a chapter in that book, chapter 1 of Finnegan's book, and I'm someone kind for next week's discussion. But Water Ong, there was someone kind to understand orality and literacy. Okay, what an oral culture is, what a writing culture is. Munko, read the text.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Please, we are not. That means we are not doing any poem in addition to the books.
I said we'll be looking at poetry of imprecation. We'll be looking at pejorative poetry. We'll be looking at panegyric poetry. So read on these topics for a discussion, God willing, at our next meeting. So you read around them, you look for some examples of poems. So for example, if you are reading on panegyric poetry, you should know what panegyric poetry is. You get examples so that when we are discussing the topic and I ask you, you'll be able to cite some. Okay?
Okay, sir.
And if you are reading on poetry of imprecation or pejorative poetry, you should be able to give examples when I ask you. So we'll be looking at poetry at our next meeting. And then look at libation text. Libation text. You should look at that too. Is that okay?
Well.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
I hope you've enjoyed today's lesson.
Yes.
Very well, sir.
Okay.
Very much. Please.
We'll continue. Yeah.
Please, just a gentle reminder, we need a course outline.
Yeah, if you were here at the beginning, I told you you'll get it by our next meeting. Is that okay? Yeah, so I wish you all well, okay?
All right, thank you, Doc.
At our next meeting, I'll fix my laptop so I can turn on your videos and I can see your faces, okay?
God bless.
And also know where my number.
Yes, sir.
I'll be added to your platform, so you get it there, okay?
Oh, yes.
I've asked one of your administrators to add me there.
Okay.
So you get it, okay? Okay, I wish you all well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Our greetings to everyone.
God bless you.
Please, which platform are we using for this one? Hello? Hello.
Hello, what are you saying?
I was asking which platform we are using for this particular course. Or we are creating another new platform.
I don't even know.
Because he said they will add him to the platform. As to which platform, we don't know.
Madam Maggie have created a new oral literature, so I think that he'll be added at that place.
Then they should share the link and you can easily join.
I think it was said at many of the old platforms. I don't know if they go back to some of the old platforms. I think it was said there, the phonology and oral literature, invitation to groups. So that's even announcing it.
Hi, sis. Please, I've shared it in the in-call messages. You can join from there.
Please, doctor said the one he said he may set questions on. He said it's on the platform, but please, I cannot find it. Please, which one is that? He said water.
I guess I even put it as that water here is about let me see, orality and literacy. So you say you go and search and read about it. Water on orality and literacy.
So we should go and search. I thought he said it's on the platform. Okay.
Water on oral literature and written literature.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Bismarck, you are still raising your hands is up.
Fredash.
Yes. Hey,
Fredash. See Fredash.
Oh,
Mapon. I'm exhausted. Mapon.
No, your hand has been on for long. Then die.
Hey. Okay. And next meeting at 12. Oh, okay.
Now calling. So you can join me online because I'm not doing by so in the evening I'll talk to her and see if I'll bet me I'll let her do within the car.
Yeah, me that's why. Fredash.
Are we here? Hello? Please, can you hear me?